this green screen sorted. Oh. Sort this chat out. Chat box. Restart that. Alright. Bug fixing today. Get myself sorted out. All right. Where are we? Music. Right. Today, I'm not going to put anything new in. We are literally bug fixing. Testing. Okay. Got myself a huge cup of coffee. Right. Let's just get the notes up. At the end of the week, what did we say we were going to do? Allow NPCs travel on the monorail. Author AI behavior trees in the editor. Well, we didn't do that. So that's going to have to get passed on to next week. We could start that today. Could probably do... It might be more than a day's work, that. But we'll do it. We'll start that next week. Today we're just going to do bugs. Alright, so controls sometimes lock. We fixed that. Let's see if we can give this a different colour actually. Hailstones. So bugs. Add rule. Bugs. The title is bugs. Save. Pink. Does that work? Yes. We'll put links over here. And we'll put canned over here. So we're still on gameplay and systems design. Complete the gameplay design.prototype tech. Prototype all gameplay systems in the design doc. Well, it's not really. That's a bit out of date. So I think we'll put bugs here. Fixed bugs here. Fixed bugs. Just make it white. Okay. Right, so we've got, when I generate a light, it crashed. UIs should not open when in dialogue. NPCs don't appear in cutscenes. NPCs don't appear in cutscenes, then not in the room. Does it make sense? If they are not in the room. Okay. So before we do that, I'm just going to change a little bit of code. So we will just delete that. This is a lot of code. If patrol paused, if the pause reason is we're in fast travel, so I might put this in the fast travel controller. We need to pass in the NPC and the patrol. Okay. So, fast travel controller. We're going to just say, handle paused patrol. ENPC ID. So for the NPC, and we want the patrol. Is it patrol state or patrol? Patrol state. What we might do is just get the patrol state. Handle pause patrol. Okay. If the patrol is paused, we're just going to go get fast travel controller. Handle paused patrol. The NPC. Okay. So auto state equals get game state. And then this needs to be state dot. And I'm going to say, if not patrol paused, return false. Return true. Say it handled it. Return false. Return false. So actually, this is NPC as well. Let's just see if that builds. ENPC ID doesn't know about that. All right. So it doesn't know about game state. Get Game Patrols is not a member of Game State. Is it not? No. Okay, so we need to include Game Patrols. Okay. Include LibBM Engine Game Patrols. Brilliant, okay. So let's just put this over here a second. And we'll just copy all that. So that actually does return. So we can say if return, and we'll put that there. And this is NPC, get ID. So I wonder if we could maybe, rather, so what do we need? We need the patrol for there anyway. So we could get rid of that. We can just call this handle patrol. So if the fast travel controller can handle the patrol, we return. Right. So let's just see if this builds and fix any problems. Nope. MC. Is probably the movement controller for the NPC. Yeah. So we're going to say if so auto MC equals state get movement controller NPC. If not MC, return false. Effects controller. Include effects controller. Okay, so we're going to call this actually NPC ID. Get game canvas. So we'll include game canvas. Get current level. So that's state.get current level. So we don't actually pass this along anymore. So auto state, let's get game state. NPC undeclared identifier where get current level. Need to include the monorail controller. Alright, I'm nearly there now. Need to include the animation controller. Don't need to include the animation controller, probably. We just need to do state.get animation controller. Auto state equals get game state. State.get current level. State.get movement controller. State.get animation controller. Well, we'll delete that. Okay, so let's just build this and see if it still works. And then we need to break this code up a bit more because it's still pretty insane. It's a bit of a mouthful, this code. check it works first though. And we'll just follow around Jenny NPC and check that she actually can complete her patrol. Alright. So she's just going to wait for a monorail car. So far, so good. Whoops. Turn VSync on. Alright, so let's just go in to the place where she gets off the monorail car. And then what does she do? She walks through this exit. It's just, there's a little bug there. So, exclamation, how do you spell exclamation mark? Exclamation mark appears wrong place. Well, it's in the right place. Wrong room. Okay. Then she's gonna go off. She goes to the chest room. And then she's going to go back to the test room by fast travel. Oops. There she goes. And then she's going to start patrol all over again. There we go. So we have a problem with, well, before we get to the bugs, let's break this up even more. So this is tag 0. So we're going to say standard to underlying eFast travel tag beam. So if it's a beam, and then we're going to have so we can get rid of here. We can say if it's not equal to fast travel in, return false. That was actually returning true though. So we're returning true from here. We do handle it. So we'll get the fast travel region. So if there is no fast travel region, we're returning true as well. Even if there's no fast travel region for this location. Because we are paused. Okay, so let's just check. That still works. So if there's no fast travel region, we could probably return false there. Let's try, let's just return false there. Because we're saying if we return true, we're saying we have handled it, but then we don't actually handle it. Because it... Yeah, because we need a fast travel region to handle it. Okay, we'll just follow her again. Right, so she's going to fast travel to the chest room. What's interesting there is she arrives after me. Even though I travel there first. Oh, even though she travels there first, sorry. That is interesting. Let's just go back here. Well. Let's just wait for her to come back. It might be fine that she arrives after me. I don't want her arrival to be dependent on me being in the room. Just wait and see if she turns up. Yeah. That's alright. Okay. So I'm convinced that works now. So we need an... So we want to do handle fast travel tag beam NPC ID. All that NPC ID as well. And then we want handle fast travel tag monorail So when we handle the fast travel tag beam, that's there. So I'm wondering if we should do get current, find available patrol. I wonder if you do a state.get current patrol. So I'm going to go through all this. So we'll do that. So we'll do. Is there anything to do with patrol in here? Tick NPC patrol. That's private though. Okay, so we'll do opt_ref patrol state, get current patrol, NPC ID, NPC ID. And then we're going to go if auto level equals get current level. Return get game patrols. Get is it find available patrol. And that returns an opt_ref of patrol state. So we can call get current patrol now. So that's a struct. Great. So auto patrol equals get game state, get available, get current patrol, NPC ID. If not patrol, return. Then we set the pause reason, and then we want to do the same thing here. If not patrol, return. So there is a patrol. Then we get the destination location. Return. And then this is auto. If auto patrol equals get game state, get current patrol PC ID. Reset it. So we're passing through the effect controller as well. Do we really need to do that? Let's just do... Oh, well. Just do that. We'll just pass through the... And then this can just be get game canvas. All right. And then we can say handle fast travel tag beam NPC ID. All right, so now let's just check this works. All that. So we can do this here as well. So state level. So we can say auto patrol equals state dot get current patrol PC ID. So if it's not fast travel in, but it is paused, then we are handling it. So we just want to check that she can do a beam. No. Once it's built. So let's just go and wait for her here. We'll wait for her here and then she'll come and do a beam. And then we'll handle the monorail station case, and then it's done after that. Right. So let's see if she beams off, and then we'll run back into... If she beams off, we'll run back into here and we'll wait for her to come back. Great, that works, that seems to work. So now we'll do handle fast travel tag monorail. Auto patrol. Well, let's get state. Well, auto patrol equals get game state, get current patrol, NPC ID. If not patrol, return. And we set the patrol reason. We need to get the fast travel region. Source station location. So we get the station based on the location. So we don't really need to do that there. So auto fast travel region equals get world, get fast travel region. So how did we do this before? Movement controller, get location of the current character. Look, we're doing it, so it's when we get the tag ID. Okay, so I was just going to pass in fast travel region there. That probably needs forward declaring. Then we'll get the station location out. Copy that through. Do we want to copy it through? We probably do. The safest. Or we could get the source station. Get station. That returns a monorail station. So we want the actual kind of station, the source station kind. So we're going to go source station is unknown, and then we're just going to go if auto source station equals get monorail controller get station source station location station source station equals station kind. If source station equals unknown, return, and then we can just pass in the source station like that. And then we want to do patrol state get current patrol NPC ID So we're getting the destination station every frame here. So this is the source station. This is a kind now. And I'm wondering if we should cache out the destination ID as well. This is the station ID. Let's just check this builds. Not quite. Okay, that builds then. I'm going to say if the station ID is 0, return. So we get the patrol. If there's no patrol, we just end the ticker. Which hopefully means, because we've got a bug where if the NPC is on patrol, fast traveling, and then a cutscene triggers that needs the NPC. Hopefully, it means that this ticker will just end because the patrol will get cancelled. We'll see. And that's the next bug we've got to fix. I think we'll leave it at that. We need to get to the patrol. We don't need this there. We don't need this. We don't need this. Okay. This cannot be captured. Don't need this there either. Patrols. Get game patrols. So this resumes the patrol after 1 second. I mean, 1 second is fine. Okay, let's see if that works. So this is to do with the NPC getting on the monorail and off the monorail. So I'm wondering if you should probably just check. Could check if that the fast travel region tag is equal. If fast travel region tag ID equals is not. Return. So let's just check this still works. As long as that Jenny NPC can get on and off the monorail, it's fine. Right, she's getting on. Oh, no, she immediately got off again. Okay, so we broke it. Ah. Because the destination location is derived from the path's current and the path gets changed. So that can't be there. Must be get next. Let's try that. It was setting the destination location to be the current station because the path advances when she gets onto the monorail, and then when we choose the destination location, it is the next station. So this hopefully is right. So now she stays on the monorail because the destination location is the next station in the path. So as long as she gets off here, we're good. Yeah, brilliant. And then she has that 1 second pause there. It's fine, it's totally fine. Alright. We'll check that in. So that's that code rearranged now. It's a little bit more manageable. This is obviously a bit long. This is quite a long function. I think it's fine. I mean, I'm not against long functions. It's just that the function's quite complicated. Because, you know, it steps into execution in different times and stuff like that. Well, only in a couple of places. write a tick. Put that into a tick. But it's fine. Okay. Now that we've got onto there. So if the fast travel controller can handle the patrol, fantastic. Otherwise, we just default to the normal patrol stuff. Let's have a look at bugs then. Again, exclamation mark appears in the wrong right place. In the right place, but the wrong room. I can fix that fairly easily. Just have to find out where we display it. So this is probably in the monorail controller. If we look for exclamation icon, so we've got get bone position. We only want to draw this glyph if the NPC is in the same room as the station. This is all basically just to do with popping this menu up. So it's saying in current room car. Let's get game state in current room car location. So we are testing that we're in the current room. Car is in the same room as the NPC. Oh, the car. The station needs to be in the same room. So if the car is in the current room and the station is in the current room, let's see if that fixes that. Oops. That's not what I wanted to happen. So we have our exclamation point there. So let's just walk out of here. This is where so when the car was entering the station, we were getting, so we have an exclamation point there for some reason. Right, we'll set up a breakpoint. Must be the wrong station. Oh, I was running into that cutscene trigger. Alright, so let's put this breakpoint here. Car location, fast travel room, station, Monty's monorail station. So I need to go here. See why this exclamation mark is appearing. So we're in the fast travel room. Tick NPC monorail car at station. Guess it's here actually that we want to put the breakpoint. Right. Station region. Monorail station room. But we're in the fast travel room, aren't we? NPCs, hero. Oh no, it's not NPCs, it's movement controllers. Hero. Location, fast travel room. So we're in the fast travel room. The station is in the monorail station room. So how did it get to here? We're in the fast travel room. Oh, there's a problem with this. Okay. If there's a current car, and if there's not a current car and there's a station, and the car state is approaching the station or it's at the station, the car's in the current room and the station's in the current room. Okay. So hopefully this fixes this bug. If it will build. So I might actually change that API a little bit once this bug is fixed. Just wait for this NPC to turn up. So we'll need to walk into this room when she gets in there. Yeah. Okay, so it's no exclamation mark anymore. So I want to consider that fixed. And then I just want to change this API a bit. Tick PC and car. So I don't think we need to put that as part of the API, right? Because we're saying it's the playable character. So we're going to auto NPC equals state get playable character. If NPC is not equal to NPC ID, none. If it equals, if it's the unknown character, meaning there isn't a playable character, we return. And then it's from. If not current car ID. So is this private? It is. I'm going to say auto lock equals state get location, get NPC location, NPC. If not lock, return. I'm going to say if lock room is not equal to car region car location dot room or lock room is not equal to station region room return. So we're going to say the location is if they're not in, if the location is, if the car is not in the same location or the station is not in the same location as the playable character, we return. So we can get rid of that. So is this setting the current car ID? If there's a current car ID, we just return. So what is car? Tick monorail car. Station is the next or immediately previous station. Okay, so let's just check that works. So this is to do with firing the menu. To board a monorail car. Always run into that. Hey, alright? Yeah, good, thank you. Are you alright? Are you alright?
Yeah, got tea. No, you've got
No, I've got coffee, thank you.
to do some work.
Yeah.
I've got plenty to do. It's warm in here.
It is really hot, in it. So that menu doesn't disappear. That is a bug. Monorail menu. Fix that right now. We'll just check it works. Oops. I'm going to do a breakpoint here. So if we run away, we can either stop the character from moving, or if we run away, we can just close the menu. So how do we close the choice menu? Can you just call clear on game UI? So get game UI. So clear. Call clear, or we could set up a clear specifically for clearing the choice menu. That will close all the menus. See if it actually closes them immediately though. Let's move away now. Ooh, we have a problem there with... That was a weird problem. It's not letting me walk away. So what does clear do? It calls on exit, on exit. So what I might do is I might just do a clear choice menu. That just calls choice menu.reset. Then we have to figure out what is causing that weird glitch with the movement. Reset is not a member of the choice menu. It's a big reset. So all that's happening is we are just calling it open choice menu. Tick choice menu. I don't think that's really doing anything. That should be locking up the player. Oops. Oh, it's working all right now. Yeah. Problems with fast travel to the same one. She just comes back to it. Do we want the player to disappear as well? Okay. That works now. Monorail controller. Execute board monorail. So we probably want to do that. And that. Take care with NPC fast travel. Okay, so we will do that. And then take car with NPC. We will delete this. Now we're setting the player, but we're setting the NPC location and position. I mean, at the end, I mean, we don't need to do that. I don't think. We might want to do this all the time. Just wondering why we were calling set location and set position. Set location should also set the position. Just check we haven't broken anything doing this. That seems to work okay. But we actually probably want to do this. All the time. With NPC. Just do this. But actually, here. Alright, so let's see if that stops the NPC disappearing. And then after that, we need to tackle NPCs don't appear in cutscenes, which might be a bit more of a difficult bug to fix. Like, to fix properly. Because if the NPC is in the middle of fast travelling, we need to unwind all that state. Because they're not going to be fast travelling anymore, because we want them to warp them immediately to where the cutscene is. So first we'll just fast travel to here. So it's not moving. It moves on it. Okay. So it works when coming out of the fast travel, but not when we are going into the fast travel. TVC car at monorail station. Execute board monorail. Oh, this is it. Car with NPC. And that sets the NPC location. So who calls this? Execute board monorail fast travel. So that's execute monorail fast travel. Execute board monorail. So even if we're fast traveling, we call this thing. No, we don't. So if we do fast travel, we open the fast travel menu. See the fast travel menu? Monorail fast travel menu. This one. Monorail station menu. Tick. So when we click a location, we do execute monorail fast travel. And then we're calling tick NPC fast travel every frame. Ah, here we go. It needs to be there. And then if this works, we can have a quick break and then we'll tackle the next bug. So fast travel. Also needs to run to the car location. So execute monorail fast travel. Get target. It does return the car location. So well, the car must change. Looks like it runs to the middle of the station. No, that was alright. Oh, interesting. It looked like actually the guy stopped moving. Yeah, he stops moving when the monorail station leaves the monorail car leaves the station. Calls execute monorail fast travel. Set NPC location there. So Execute advancing game clock. So this is winding forward the timer. So we fade the screen out so that it's already stopped moving by the time we faded the screen out. So when it's traveling, it does this. That one works. Interestingly though, disembark didn't work properly there. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second. So here's where it stops. So it doesn't come back from there. So what we're going to do is just check. We're going to go log line position, and here log line. Oh, I reckon it's because this ticker stops happening. Yeah, I know why. It's because when this happens, it returns true, which stops this getting ticked, which stops updating the position. Probably means we will do that there. It would be nice to update it here. Tickar NPC. So I need to do it here, really. Then we want to say if current car ID equals 0, ticker.end. Else just set the NPC position. And then we don't even need that there either now. So that's just going to tick now until there's nothing, no one in the car. Okay. Let's see if that works. So if this works, we should just see the guy go off, but he shouldn't stop when he gets to the edge of this circle there. That looked a bit weird though. Ah. So let's do this. What happened? What is going on there? So it's getting to here and changing the location. And that's changing the camera. That's probably because it's, well, let's see. Oops. So we're calling set location. That's immediately changing the camera. Oops. Allocating string there for some reason. I wonder why we're not passing. I wonder why we're passing that as by value there. Call set location. There's lots of trigger points, so let's just do that. Call set position on the animation controller, which doesn't do anything. It says the value of the position. Oh, look, it's been executed twice. That's strange, it should only be executed once. Oops. Okay, so that's happening there, right? Is that happening 2 times? Execute monorail fast travel. That is happening 2 times. So is it getting posted 2 times? Alright, we have take a couple of minutes, break a second, and we'll be back shortly. All right. Let's see why this is. If this is getting executed twice, it shouldn't be. But it apparently is. Alright. So pushing a ready state, execute monorate fast travel. And then we're getting it. We're executing it. Maybe we're not actually doing it twice. Maybe that's just the debugger being a bit weird. Oh, look. So if you get two hellos, we're executing it twice. If you get one, we're executing it once. We're executing it just once, that's fine. Same here then. I think there's obviously more than one line of code that the breakpoint covers there. So it's executing 2 times, it's triggering 2 times. Now that is firing twice. That is definitely firing twice. That should return true. It should end. Should end the tick though. So that returns true, which ends the tick, and then it comes back again. This was only put on the stack once. Ugh, that's weird behaviour. So let's just check that it is only put on one time. Just need a breakpoint there as well. Okay. So we're saying on end frame set it to be the unknown character, and then we're doing before frame tick okay, so we're getting our before frame tick. Till the end. I wonder if it's because we've put in a before frame tick in there. Yeah, I know what the problem is. This needs to be on end frame. We'll add it in on the end of the frame. I wonder if before frame tick should actually just do that. Add it in on the end of the frame. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens there. First, let's just get rid of these breakpoints and see if it just works. Yeah, it just works. And then let's also make sure that this is only happening 2 times. One time. It's happened 1 time, sorry. Yes. Great. So I wonder actually if we shouldn't just have that as the default behavior. So we're doing it here as well. I think it's all right. Okay. So let's have a look at the next bug here. NPCs don't appear in cutscenes if they're not in the room. So we can have, it's not even if they're not in the room actually. If the patrol is paused, let's try and reproduce this. So as soon as I walk into this pink square, cutscene will trigger. Let's wait for it to. If I do the, which pink square is it? That one? No. That one. Oh, it's this one down here. So she's there. So what does she do after this cutscene? She goes back down there to wait. Okay. So that works all right. What about if she's on a monorail car? What happens? Oh, well, now she's walked off. Okay, so that's a bug there. So it's this whole idea. This whole idea of once she's on the monorail car, cutscenes get screwed up. So I think one of the ways we can fix this so let's travel controller. So there's this whole idea that we give a move target to the NPC, then we trigger a cutscene, but it's still following the move target. Okay. So it's saying if there's a move target. So let's just do this. Let's just log a line. And we'll just see if this keeps ticking as the cutscene is playing. If there's a move target and we're not roaming, we should maybe cancel the move target. Is roaming the right one? No. How do we tell if we're in a cutscene? Get current cutscene ID. So maybe we could see if there's a current cutscene ID, we need to cancel the move target, or there might be a cutscene enter. Then we'll have to, yeah, we have to get whether this NPC is involved in this cutscene or not. Okay. So let's just wait until she gets the move target. So we'll start seeing bang, bang appear down here. And then we'll trigger the cutscene. And we'll see if bang still is appearing. Right. Yeah. So that's one of them. That's a problem to solve. So in-game event types, can we get an event where a cutscene has just started? Not in there. Engine events. Try play cutscene. So we've got try play cutscene. So who's going to handle that? On in frame called execute cutscene. Cutscene ID at a current node. So it's a ready state event. Execute cutscene. So how do we get if an NPC is involved in a cutscene? So we should definitely listen for execute cutscene. So in execute cutscene, begin. We probably want to fire an on cutscene enter event. I would say. So it's not necessarily on begin either. We actually want the cutscene enter event. So where are we now? On the make ready execute. I think. Yeah. So I want to fire it there. Make ready execute. Cutscene on enter. So that's not it. So we want to do something like game events, send on enter cutscene, G event on enter cutscene, and then we want the cutscene ID. The cutscene node ID. Probably want to do that. Maybe don't need to do. Don't actually specifically label them. Which means we can listen to it in the movement controllers. We just need to know how to get the NPC out of a cutscene, what NPC is involved. Let's see if we can follow what happens when we enter a cutscene, because it definitely changes the NPC's position. So we are finding what NPCs are involved in the cutscene. Okay. On enter. Current node reset. All the actions reset. And actions are the 9. Find the current node and we send events. Which there aren't any. Get next child node. Send events. Which there aren't any. So it sets the current node. It's a timeline node. Got actions on enter. Cutscene NPC action. Right. Here. So we have the NPC ID that is evolved in the cutscene. So what do we want to do? Because what it means is we'd have to scan the entire cutscene, get all the NPCs, and make them ready. Or we could just fire an engine event here. Cutscene on cutscene NPC action enter. That's maybe what we need to do. So we'll do something like get engine events dot send before cutscene NPC action enter dot NPC ID. And that means we can do anything with the NPCs that we want to do before they enter the cutscene. I think that's going to be the best way to solve this. For now. Okay. Probably got to be a U32 for the NPC ID. Yeah. Okay. And the other one was in-game state events where we do this. We won't do that just yet. So, in the movement controller now, I suppose put it here. Alright, now make a quick cup of coffee while this is building. Okay. So I think we can probably put so this happens on spawn. So we couldn't put it there. We're looking for a good place to listen to the event. Yeah, we'll do it in the event. We'll do it in game state events. Wherever we listen to engine events, up here somewhere. E-game. Okay, so I'll do it here. So we'll go void operator const e event. What's it called? And before cutscene NPC action enter. So we need to do if auto MC equals game state dot get movement controller of e dot npc. So if it has a movement controller, we're just gonna go MC we want like reset move target. Okay. So let's do bool reset move target. We're going to say if move target reset, then true. Okay. What that means is that when the cutscene, when the NPC is required in the cutscene, it will reset its move target. I need to do more things. We need to get it off the monorail system and stuff. We need to make sure that the NPC is there. I have to make sure that they're visible as well. So I think we'll put a breakpoint here, and we should also just check how the NPC is being moved. It's completely forgotten. All right. So let's just see if this fixes this problem first. So we won't have a breakpoint there yet. We'll just see if it resets the move target. Meaning that Jenny should walk towards me instead of towards the monorail. No, it doesn't work. It didn't work. Still wants to walk towards the monorail. Yeah, weird. Okay. The NPC is 2, which is Jenny. It has a move target. Reset. And then now, when we tick Jenny, who's this? I don't want games date. We want this. Oh. Oh, getting called 2 times. Oh, this is the hero. Tick. This is Jenny, right? So she shouldn't have a move target. Right. So it sets NPC position delta. So it's gonna go from 0 to 3. So I want to know. Okay, move target has been set again by someone. That's what's happening. All right then. So let's see who's setting the move target. Right. So I'm going to call reset move target. And then wherever we say move to, where? What is it called? Where do we set the move target? Say it's somewhere. Okay. Oh, it's moved to. It's in the header. That's what I can. Okay. So this is because we're resetting it, and now it's allowed to come in here again. So what we want to do now is we want to basically, I think we also want to cancel the patrol that Jenny is on. Empty patrol. So we want to empty the patrol. So we will do that again here. So if auto NPC equals game state dot get NPC e.npc NPC dot empty patrol. So we'll end her patrol as well. It's a problem. There isn't a get NPC with just a U64. Right. And then we want to do things like get her off the monorail and stuff. Get them off the monorail. And make them visible. Now I wonder if the cutscene action should make it visible. Well, no. Just say if there's an animation controller, set the NPC to be visible. Do that here. I also want to get them off the monorail, but I'll do that after we've figured this one out. Because we empty the patrol, but I want to also make sure that she can re-find the patrol after the cutscene. So she can continue where the cutscene ended. Alright. Might as well just step through this first. Right. So we reset the move target. We empty the patrol. What does that do? Gets the location, gets the level. Finds the available patrol. If there's a patrol, it just empties out the path. Okay. So I think we can do this differently. That's all that does. Alright, so let's just delete these breakpoints and we'll see if this fixes her walking towards the monorail car during a cutscene. Oops. She's stuck on the monorail car there. That's the next thing we want to fix. Missed it. Not miss it again. Oh, it didn't work. So she's immediately regained her patrol. Okay, so tick as a game state. Tick NPC patrol. So the current mode, roaming. So it should be cutscene, so it shouldn't have given her back her patrol. But let's see. Right. So let's go to Jenny's movement controller. And then we'll just right there again. Okay. So move 2 is being called. So she's got a patrol back. She gets a patrol back. Okay, that's good. So we need to just have a little check here, and we just have to say if not patrol path is valid, return ticker and return. So if the patrol is not valid, then we can return. Okay. These breakpoints again. Right. There we go. So she responds properly to the cutscene now. See, she heads back on her patrol. Doesn't look like it. Alright, why is she not on patrol? NPC Herschel, NPC Jenny. Right, current mode is roaming. So apparently the fast travel controller can handle the patrol. So this is to do with the fact that it thinks we're on board the monorail. So this is the next bug. Okay, so empty patrol also needs to empty the pause region. Control pause region reset. Let's see if she goes back on patrol after this now. Yeah, she's back on patrol now. Right, so that fixes part of the bug. The next thing is what happens if she's on a monorail car. So it's basically this monorail car carrying NPC. I think we need to do it the other way around. We need to say that the NPC is on the monorail car rather than the monorail car holds the NPC. So we can do something like this. We can have enum class enpc state. We can have roaming. Not roaming. Something like that. So if they're not roaming, it means that they're on a fast travel. I could say on fast travel. And then when you spawn an NPC, you just have to say, oh, hang on, we need to put a little. To say movement state roaming. Probably do that here as well. And then we want get movement state. And then we'll void set movement state. Movement state equals state. Okay. So the fast travel controller now, we want to get the movement state for this NPC. And if it's in a fast travel state, so then we can remove this NPCs aboard. So that's basically the goal, is to remove NPCs aboard. So we want to do get NPC movement state. The NPC movement state. Get NPC movement state. Start off with the NPC ID. If auto NPC equals get NPC turn NPC movement state. I wonder if we actually want an unknown here. Okay. So I'm going to go auto movement state equals state, okay, NPC movement state, NPC ID. So if movement state is equal to unknown, return. So we need to get the car. Yeah. Okay, I think we'll scrap that because we do need to get the car, so we do need to store that state anyway. Okay. So we're just going to go if auto car equals get monorail controller get car carrying NPC e.npc car NPCs aboard, value remove. Need that NPC. Okay, we include the monorail controller. So that will remove it. We just need to add things to this. Whenever the NPC can be in weird states. So that will pluck the NPC off the monorail car. Then we also need to check. So this ticket will definitely end because the path will become invalid. So if we trigger a cutscene in this area, so make sure we don't add it while we're in a cutscene. Well, we're cancelling out the move anyway, so this will never fire. So we may actually reset the move to we also need to reset the events after move to target. So we will never fire that. That'll never get fired if we don't make it. this might get fired. We should be totally fine. Because there'll be no current patrol. There'll be no current patrol. There'll be no current patrol. If not patrol, well, we don't check if it's valid because we're advancing it, and if it's not valid, it won't advance. Okay. Do it here. Not patrol. Path is valid. Return false. So let's see if it plucks the NPC off the monorail car, places it in the cutscene, even if it's in a different room as well. So it needs to swap the room for the NPC. I'm hoping that the actual NPC cutscene action thing sets the actual location of the NPC to be in the proper room. And then we need to also figure out why. So the next bug is actually that so assuming this bug is fixed, so the UI should not open when in dialogue, which I thought was pretty much, I thought that was the case anyway. It works, I think, with all UIs apart from the one. Okay, so let's wait till Jenny gets on. So we'll test Jenny gets on the monorail car but stays in the current room to start with. And then we'll test it when she leaves the room. We also need to test it when she's not on a monorail car but she's just in a different room. I think that'll be fine though. Right. So she's on the car. There we go. It plucks her off the car, which is great. And let's check that this ticker is ended. Yes. Right, the next thing we need to check is what happens if she's in a different room. We'll wait for her to leave the room. Right. Yeah, she's not back, look. So it doesn't actually... So she's over here somewhere. It doesn't actually change the NPC's room. I thought that would definitely do, it would definitely do that. I'm sure the cutscene should place the NPC in the room it needs to be in. We're just setting the position. We're not setting the location. Okay. So the start state and the end state, what are they? Cutscene NPC state, which is a position and a direction. We don't store what room they're in. Okay, this is out of date then. This is before I had the idea of different rooms. So we need to store what room it's in. Okay. That requires a bit more of a bigger change. Cutscenes test. So we have it. Just have a position. We do have a room. The room is the timeline room. Okay. Let's see if we can find out what room we're in. So this is in the action, so we need to go back out to current node, timeline, storage. There's the room. Right, so current state. So when we do, we have to get the current state. It's not as big a change as I thought. It's good. I thought it'd be weird that I wouldn't be changing, storing rooms. Current state. Hang on, what am I doing here? Start state. So we need to get the current room. How do we do that? Get game cutscenes. Where do we start? It's here. So it's cutscene, current state using cutscene. So cutscene action. We need to get what current cutscene we're on. I wonder if we should put that there. We should pass in the action. Actions on enter. That's the wrong one. Scene action on enter, and then we just call action on enter. We don't pass in the current cutscene. The current cutscene has the state in it, I believe. Current state. It's probably because, how do we get the current cutscene? Get game cutscenes. There's no get current cutscene. I wonder if in game state there's a get current cutscene. Get current cutscene ID. How does that work? Just stars it in game state. Right. doesn't actually store it in game cutscenes though. That's where we actually need. Alright, so in game state events, right, this is where we so try play cutscene, and then we call execute cutscene, right? So I wonder if we should do get game cutscenes dot set current cutscene. Or whether it would just be better to pass the cutscene. Here. Where is this used? Only there. So there's 4. Let's do this then. Okay. Right. So in theory now we have access to the cutscene we want to do set NPC location. So cutscene, get current state. In Vossi, hey, how's it going? If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Just working on a cutscene bug. How long have I been programming for? A long time, like over 20 years. I started when I was a kid. Or a teenager. New program as well. Cutscene state. Get game. So, oh, brilliant, nice one. What type of stuff do you program? Location. Okay. So auto lock cutscene state location. Oh, nice one. Yeah. So you're like getting with a DLL or something like that. That's awesome. Yeah, I've done a bit of graphics programming as well in my time. I'll do a whole bunch soon when I concentrate on how the game's gonna look with graphics. Right now there's only a little bit in the game. TDD. I don't know TDD. I might know what it is. What does the test-driven development? Oh, right, yeah. I do it sometimes. So if you look, this libbm here is a general purpose library. So it's, it's got my array and a bunch of containers and a bunch of image stuff, and that, if you were to open that up in its own solution, it would have a bunch of tests that I've written, using the Visual Studio Test framework or whatever it's called, and I can run them to just check that the image compression stuff works. If ever I have to, I haven't actually changed that library in a long time, so I don't need to do the tests at the moment. Yeah, it's mostly my own stuff. I use a few stuff from the standard template library, standard optional, standard span sometimes, and then I do stuff like standard to underlying of an enum or something to get the integer version or an enum class. All the big containers I've written myself. The only kind of I have this third party folder and I've got Spine in there, which is an animation. It's like a 2D rigged animation piece of software where you can author animations, and then they do backends. They provide backends in different languages. So I've got their C++ backend that I can hook into my engine so I can run all of the animation. And then I use a few, like I use LZ4 for compression, which I didn't write, obviously. And I use some STB libraries, image resize, written, don't know if you've heard of these. They're really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, so they're all static libraries, and then that's an executable. So that's the game executable, and then that's another executable I use to build shaders. This is the game, which is just the library, and then that's just got HLSL in it, so that actually isn't built into a library or anything. It just compiles bytecode using this build tool, so that kind of gets run whenever there's a change to any of the shaders, and that builds up all the bytecode and puts it on disk for the game to load. But other than that, I've written it all, yeah. And I use font. What's it called? It's called like Free Font. Free type, yeah. To build font glyphs, to like render out font glyphs. So when I first started coding, when I was a kid, there wasn't Visual Studio. I used to use a Borland compiler, an IDE. And then when we were at uni, it was a Linux driven thing. So I think I used GCC. And then like just a text editor. But then I picked up Visual Studio when it was Visual Studio Express. So you're talking like 2005. No, I didn't use Vim. No, it's just a text edit. I mean, it could have been. It was a long time ago. I don't think it was. I can't remember what the text editor was called. So it was what was the build of Linux? The distribution that we used at uni. It might have been Fedora. This is like 2005. Can't really remember. But then Visual Studio was out then, so I was doing it was out, but it was only Windows only. So I was doing my graphics game stuff in my spare time with Visual Studio, and then the university stuff was GCC. Oh, nice one, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have a stripped down version of Visual Studio, I think. I tend to turn off, like, if you just get the default version of Visual Studio, it's got loads of like buttons and stuff up here, and then it's got loads of squiggles and dashes down here and all sorts, and I turn all that stuff off. Just kind of like gets in the way for me. Very helpful if you're learning to program, I think, though. Yeah, references to things. But yeah, I use it for Visual Assist, really. So that's like, I like this. So I've got like a 10-year-old version of Visual Assist or something that I use, which is good because it helped me just find files, and then if I'm in a file, I can just find, you know, functions in files. And I know Visual Studio's got its own version, but I think it's just like it finds everything with that reference. So there's loads and loads of things. Whereas this is just like, you just want a function in a file. You just want to go to a file, and then you want to go to a function in the file. And then Visual Assist has got nice things like snippets. So I can do something like /to do. It puts that there. Like Visual Studio might have these now. I haven't looked. Or I can do something like /temp, and I can write some temporary stuff in there. And then I know in the future I can go back and just, my intention was that it gets deleted. Use Lisp. Yeah, Visual Studio is good like that. Although I find when the project gets to a certain size, at least with this one anyway, it doesn't always get it right, which can be frustrating. You know, it'll do an incremental build and not get everything. And one of the things that I know they're working on, but I would really like, is say you had a header file that's not needed. It would be nice for Visual Studio to be like, you can delete this and it will be fine. The JetBrains one, Sea Lion, it does that, which is really good. Yeah, I'll check it out. It's going through the pain of switching an IDE. I mean, and a build system, because obviously I'm using MS Build. Although you can probably hook in MS Build to Vim. Probably. Or some other text editor. Cool, what does that do? Yeah, that's a good idea. It'd be good to be able to take over all the syntax highlighting, Visual Assist, and all the shortcuts would be good that I use. Because I've got like obviously some Visual Studio shortcuts, but then over the years I've put in loads and loads of my own shortcuts. Okay. Right, okay. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out for sure. Yeah. I'd have to because I've been using the same IDE for 20 years. It would probably be. I'd have to try and unwind 20 years of habit. Visual Studio for 6 years, yeah. Yeah. C++ and C#, the same as for me. I think the actual Visual Studio as an editor, I'm fine with, really. It does everything that I need. With Visual Assist on top, and I've got a few different plugins like to change text color based on messages on the output window. Like, that's not default Visual Studio behavior there. So I can like make the things I'm don't really care about dull. The things I do care about, like whether it built properly, bright green, quite like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think terminal stuff's back in it. It was terminal when I was at uni. And then there was a long time where it was like everything in the IDE and you pressed F5 to launch your program and build your program. And then this new wave of coders, last few years, love the terminal. I think for me, I don't really use a terminal really. I use a terminal if Git gets into some kind of state that I can't undo with Visual Studio, so I'll have to go into the actual terminal to type in Git commands. Team, I don't know what I'm. Match. WSL, don't know what they are. Tmux. Oh, Linux on Windows. Cool. Yeah, cool. I haven't really used Linux since uni. So I finished uni in 2008, I think. Then I went to so while I was at uni is when I really got into stuff like DirectX. So that was me on Windows, with DirectX for many years, learning about that. Oh, cool. Yeah, nice one. I kind of fell off computers in general and different types of programming languages and stuff, and concentrated more on game engine architecture, I suppose. That's been my main interest. So I haven't really tried out these new languages because it's been more about putting my effort into learning what is good game engine architecture, which is language agnostic, you could implement it in any language. And then I just stuck with C++. Oh yeah, I think making a game engine's really, if you're kind of an expressive coder who wants to do something creative and difficult, but it's incrementally difficult. It's not ever going to be too hard. It's just incrementally difficult. You can always choose something a little bit more difficult to do after you've conquered the last thing. I think Game Engine's one of the best pieces of software you could try and have a go at writing. You know, you can literally start off with like loading a binary file. How do I load a binary file and pass it into a data structure, which I would consider like entry level style coding, all the way up to like physically based rendering, you know, multi-bounce lighting, shaders. It's a massive spectrum that you could it's like an endless kind of learning experience and creative experience. Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's like be two parts. It'd be like getting the data off the disk, and then the second part would be like, how do you pass it into the object? So like the web world solves that with JSON and JavaScript or whatever, where you can serialize your data into JSON and then you can get it back into your object by doing like JSON.unserialize. But then it's, you know, doing that in C++ is a bit more complicated. Yeah. So in the engine, I've written my own binary data formats. And then readers and writers for those. And the readers and writers are very heavily wrapped, so you're never actually writing to a buffer or anything. I'll show you if I can find it. So you write these binary serializer objects for anything, any kind of structure, and then write and read, and that's all you have to do. The system behind that takes everything like that and then it serializes it into binary, and it can be used to save it to a disk, or I use it for stuff like undo, redo, and diffing different objects and stuff like that. Oh yeah, cool, I'll have a look at that. Is something you've done? Or is it just is it a library? Oh, I can't find it. Oh, so that's yours, sorry. I misread that. I thought that was an example. File data formatter. Yeah. Yeah, that's all right. So yeah, and then this would do your binary, and then this would do the text. So this will allow you to save out as text, which is always handy because then you can just change the asset file if you ever want to change anything. The file itself, obviously you can't do that with a binary file. Yeah, that's one of the, I think that's one of the really good things about trying to do something like an engine is you learn about how to structure code, you know, in a way that is manageable even when it grows big. And yeah, so if it grows really, really big, you don't want to suffer from the thing where your code base is so big that if you add something new to it, it like breaks a bunch of stuff that's not related, which is always a sign of a bad design. And then you go back and you rework the design, And that's where doing something like an engine makes you a really good coder. Yeah, exactly. You learn really what that means if you do something like try and do an engine. I mean, there's lots of projects where you could do that, but an engine's a good example. It's big enough. It's a big enough example, or it's a big enough project to be where you will face these problems. And this is a good example of extendable because this is just a self-contained little structure. I don't have to change anything about the underlying system that works behind it. And then if I want to serialize something in this, so if I put one of these in here, all I have to do is add it to this one. And then it knows how to serialize it here. So, if, you know, like the events, which is an engine event, has its own one. For engine event here. So if you want to add things to the binary serializer, you don't have to touch the binary serializer itself. You just build these little components. Yeah, exactly. So I have like 2 string formatters. These things and then I have things, so you can do the same for hashes. So if you want to hash a complex object, so it's not just data in memory, you can write one of these and it will hash the pointer to a const. So this is like, don't just hash the pointer, hash the whole string, because this is assuming it's a string. And then if you wanted to hash just the pointer, you could cast it to an integer or something. Yeah, so yeah, these are like, they call them template specializations. You know, and then they can be generic as well. So like, how do you hash a span of something? It doesn't matter what that thing is. And then as long as this can get hashed, it will hash the whole span of it. Yeah, you can cast const away and stuff like that. You know, stuff like this. Is never intended to be used by anybody just writing normal code in the code base for this. This is used by systems, other systems, and you'd use those other systems instead. So like the hash is just a function there. Well, there's hash 32. You'd probably use hash 32 rather than hash, which would give you 32-bit hash of anything you put into it, as long as it's got one of those overrides, or hash 64. But it does have the, you can specifically hash a string there. But then a generic object or a bunch of objects. I use parts, so I use bits of the object-oriented stuff that I think is good, and then I don't use the other bits. I have bits of it for sure. Like I don't really use things like vtables and inheritance, and it's more data driven, but with objects as well. Yeah. So like the object-oriented version of the hash, I think, would be something like, I don't know, class iHash, and then, I don't know, say it was an integer. Let me do something like, I don't know, how would you do it? And then you do something like, it might be something like this. Clash string hash. Something like that. And you do something like int hash const jar. Something like that. I don't tend to do this type of thing where I have a base class. Really. I don't use polymorphism because it's fine. I think performance-wise, it's not bad, is it? The problem is if you want to change this, you might have like 50 subclasses that all have to get changed. That's one of the reasons why I don't use it. But I do sometimes use it. It's not like it's forbidden. Yeah, like composition, sure, yeah. I just think with inheritance and stuff, it's it has its place and it's useful sometimes, but that's different from saying that we're going to use it for every single thing that we need. It needs to be generic or whatever. Like I do use it, I'm pretty sure. So they have an I editor, which all the game's editors inherit from, and there are some pure virtual functions, I'm sure. There are somewhere. There is some pure virtual stuff. There's too many to search for that. Sometimes it's handy, you know. Yeah, it's easy to overuse it. And also, you know, if you've not been programming for a long time, it's the only way you know how to tackle a problem sometimes, which is totally fine. That's like the standard growth of a programmer. And then like eventually you move on. I'm not against it. I think it's a good way to teach programming, at least at the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's right. And you want to use it because it's fresh in your brain, and you kind of want to see its limits as well. Like there's a design pattern that I've been using, which is quite nice. So something like game event types. So game events are just like, you can just send an event and anyone can listen to that event and react to it. So the game event system uses this design pattern where let's go to the bottom. So you make an event, which can be anything, and then you add it to this list of game event types. And the game event system knows about this list. So again, it's like you can leave the game event system alone, and that doesn't ever have to change. And to use an event, you just create a structure and you add it into this list. And then there's things called event groups, which operate on these lists somewhere. Event listener groups, right? The code's quite complicated for the group, but the point is you write it once and then you leave it alone. And then to listen to events, there's loads of ways to listen to events, but one of the nice ways is you just make a class or a structure, and then you overload the parentheses operate with the event you want to receive. And that's all you've got to do. So say I made an event called like the hello event. I would just do like struct g event hello. And I would add it into the list like that. And then to listen to it here, I'd just go like void operator. That. And that's literally all I would have to do. And then I could just start receiving events like that. And these events can be sent anywhere. They could be sent by the editor. They could be sent programmatically. So say I wanted to send this event, I would just do get game events. Send g event hello like that. That's all you'd have to do. So you can extend the event system really easily, but you don't have to touch the event system code. And that works because of this list. And this list is the thing that gets passed into the event system. So the event system just knows automatically about all of these event types. That's a nice design pattern, I think, that I've used quite a few places. And it's fairly efficient, but I'm not really using it for efficiency. Just a nice design pattern. Yeah, cool. Let me know. Lock dot position equals start state dot position to get game set NPC location lock. And we don't need to do that. It's the same here. Yeah, I've used C# actions before. Can't really remember how they work though. Yeah, so this is like callbacks. Similar in that you're working with types. I mean, if you are working with types. Like I have code for this as well. Okay. I'll just put this into a file. See if it gets formatted properly. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so this is very C# in it, where you do the plus equals with a like a lambda. Yeah, so I have a similar thing to this called an event listener. So you do, let's see how we can get this, see if I can find any uses of this. On focus node change. So an event listener is like the same thing. Like you so you do something like event listener. Let's do it here. And then you want the size of each event, right? So this statically allocates events rather than dynamically does them. I think you can put things up bigger than 16 bytes. Yeah. So I've got this thing called a hybrid lambda, which is like, that's like stack allocate. If it's under 16 bytes, it gets put directly in the event. If it's over 16 bytes, it goes out and calls new on the thing. And then you want the arguments that you want. So like int events, like that. And then you do like events dot add, and then you call back like that. And then you call it by doing events to similar. Obviously these are like, this is obviously like your generic pointer, so you can put in multiple different types to yours, whereas with mine you can't. You'd have to do something, you have to use some storage mechanism like that. And then what that means is you could put any type into here, so you could do like 2 or hello. This is like a what do they call it? A type eraser. Yeah, tea would be fine, thanks, Dad. Yeah, if you know the type that you're going to receive, then you can sure do static cast. What I tend to do is check the type. So this would become hybrid storage. Oops. And then you do I dot. So you could either do try and wrap, which is similar to dynamic cast. So you could do try and const jar pointer or something. And then data would be of type const char, and it would fail. So this is kind of like a dynamic cast. Or you can have a list of accepted types. Like this, for example. And if you have a list of accepted types, you could just go for each type in the list of accepted types. Yeah. Const auto x. And then you could do using type equals decal type of x, like that. And then now we can go if auto data equals I. You have to pass through I dot try and wrap t. Then we have it. So this list here is a standard tuple, you know, of all the accepted types. And then you could just call like, do the method thing. Yeah, it's kind of like Variadic. It's more like So it erases the type, stores that in a buffer, and then it gets a hash code of the type and uses the hash code as to identify the type. Basically. So I have like hash code of int, like that. And then that will give you a certain number. I'll give you a different number. I'll give you a different number. Statically added. They won't go out of scope once you call your event listener. So if you pass this into there, and this goes out, this will never go out of scope because it's a constant string, but say this did go out of scope, then this would be junk. If this was a concrete object, like W string, this would get copied into the event listener, and the event listener would then own this string. And when the event listener goes out of scope or is released, the string would get released. You know, if a string, you know, if this was like an integer, because integer is only 4 bytes, this would get just stored statically in the event listener, so there would be no malloc or anything. But events, it tries to statically allocate the events. So this isn't the event, the game events system doesn't use an event listener, I don't think. It uses its own bespoke thing. But this will try and statically allocate. This event listener here will try and statically allocate anything it's passed into it if it can. And if it can't, it'll heap allocate it and keep a pointer, I believe. Yeah, so the example before, sorry, where I was saying hello, I think that gets copied in still. So even if this was something that went out of scope, so say this was like hello equals some kind of like, say this did go out of scope somehow, it still gets copied in, yeah. I think. Thank you. A bit weird. Hey, how's it going? Just talking code stuff. But the game event system, I don't think uses an event listener. I don't think. Let's find out what it does use. This system's quite... It uses something called event storage. Yeah, which is derives from hybrid storage. So it's similar to the type eraser thing. And then when you want to call the event, how does that work? Event dispatch, dynamic storage. So dynamic storage always does a malloc. So there's a couple of ways it stores events. The Bitwheel, yeah, game engine. We're just talking about the game event system. Moment. Where you can just basically like send messages from anywhere in the code base and listen to them again from any other place in the code base. It's just nice and easy way to communicate things happening. On types with W string. Yeah, so it's my own implementation of a wide string, yeah. I have string and W string. So this engine, so the back end of the renderer is DirectX 12. Yeah. The observer pattern. I've heard of it. Yeah, so the events system, the event listener is that for sure. The events system though, the game where I'm calling game event send, doesn't store. So the game event get game events.send and then some kind of game event doesn't store the event anywhere. It just literally broadcasts it to everyone that's listening and passes it through. So there's no storage there. I think that's how it works. It's easy to implement than Vulkan. So it depends on the version of DirectX you're going to use. DirectX 11 is definitely much easier than Vulkan. It's nice, DirectX 11. DirectX 12 is the same as Vulkan, really. Try DirectX 11. Yeah, events are a powerful thing. Events are great. As long as you're kind of not spaghetti in your code with them. I tend to use events when you've got big systems working on things and you've got like little things where you just want to know if something has happened. Like what I've just been working on now. Wherever it is cutscene stuff. Where was it? So I have game state events and I have this event. So I've written this event called before cutscene NPC action enter. So they had a bug where, well, it wasn't a bug, it was just that I've implemented some new stuff to do with NPCs where they can like travel on the world by jumping onto a monorail. Now that messed up the cutscene system because then if you tried to trigger a cutscene that contains that NPC, it was on the monorail somewhere else. So it would have to like pull the NPC off the monorail, place them in the cutscene, and then it could do its cutscene. So this cutscene NPC action enter is when the NPC enters the cutscene. And now I can do stuff like make sure it's not on the monorail. So this is nice. You can just be like, whenever an NPC enters a cutscene, is here. And that's where event systems are nice because this is like triggered from the depths of the engine, and I don't have to go. The engine doesn't even know about what MPC is on what monorail or anything. So this is nice. I can just get a hook straight here into every time an MPC is going to be needed in a cutscene. If you try OpenGL, unless you've already tried that, OpenGL's like, you can totally make good graphics engines with OpenGL, and it's easier, much easier than Vulkan. If you're wanting to do like AAA amazing graphics, then you'd probably have to do something like DirectX 12 or Vulkan, but OpenGL's great for almost everything else. Starting smaller, on debugging library. Senior in high school, it's a qualification project. Brilliant. Yeah, I would definitely recommend OpenGL then. You know, things like Vulkan and DirectX 12, you already kind of need to know a little bit about how all this graphics stuff works for it to make sense, I think. So yeah, I would say that you would need to know how graphics cards kind of get their data and put it on the screen. Whereas OpenGL is just like, draw me a triangle, and it will just draw you a triangle. And then if you're wanting to go a little bit deeper, you can actually start using your own vertex buffers and things, and index buffers and shaders. Stuff like Vulkan and DirectX, like it won't even work without a shader. Yeah, I'll give it a look, no problem. Yeah, do you have a link? I'll give it a look. Cool. I think you can post links on the... Yeah, just post it here. It's fine. I haven't banned links or anything. Thanks. Yeah, so the power of DirectX and Vulkan is independent command lists. Seems to be the thing that they're trying to sell. Well, independent command lists, meaning you can build up... Well, to take a step back, so if you want a graphics card to do something, you need to tell it a list of things that you want it to do, and that's a command list. And you can record those things independently on different threads. So you can all of a sudden make your renderer multi-threaded. At least your front end of your renderer multi-threaded. And they also model things a little bit differently, like you don't set individual sampler states, and you don't set individual depth states or depth checks. You build objects. So it's like you build states of the graphics card that has all of that stuff in. What shaders you're using, how you are, blending and everything. And you set that state and you do some drawing. And that's very different to things like DirectX 11 and OpenGL, where everything's piecemeal. You just set a blend state and then you set another blend state. Have a look at this. Yeah, so So one of the big selling points for Vulkan and DirectX 12 is less driver, more programmer, which is good if you're a good graphics programmer and can be terrible if you don't know what you're doing, for sure, because you can just get random crashes and you have no idea why it's crashed, because it never crashes at the line of code that caused the crash. It crashes when it's trying to execute your commands, which could be seconds later. Oh, thanks for the follow, Invossy. Could be seconds later when your graphics card crashes. Could be like a second and your code is executing something completely different. Okay. Says this in C++ is header only. See, I like header only. That's good. If it's a library, it seems to be it's a very nice way to do libraries. It's okay, don't worry about it. So do they make you comment every single line at school? That can be a thing that they do. Like your code is good enough to not have to comment every single line. Yeah, I've tried modules. It was a few years ago, it was a couple of years ago, and they didn't work very well then. Okay, yeah. Sometimes when they're teaching you to program, they just ask you to comment everything. But you don't need to. These are really good names. I know that you're incrementing the debug error count there. So obviously you don't need to write it. So as long as you get names right, which you have, your names are really good, I would just say don't do these comments. And if you want to just do a quick summary at the top of what set params does, that'll be all the comment you need. Then you've missed some brackets off, which is fine. That's style. If you just have a single line, you can. I used to do that. Some people don't like it though, but it's just style really. Yeah, Invossy makes a good point. One of the downsides of commenting everything is it makes it very hard to change your code and have the comments mean what the code means. You have to change the code and the comment, and lots of people don't change the comment. Yeah, that's why I asked if they make you do it at school. Sometimes they do that where they just want you to. But I think in the real world you probably wouldn't be seeing that many comments. So another, they call it stylistic. It's maybe a little bit more than style, is just to have these literal arguments. If I was to say debug file output true, I don't know what true is referring to. If I read the code, if someone was using this, so you could do an enumeration there or something where you would have to say like erase string. You know, like this is an option really. So I'll tell you what I do in those situations. I just have a little macro. This is true and this is what it is. So this is just a name. So it's true, I'm splitting images into tiles rather than just writing true. So all this macro does is just true. So I can actually name the Boolean. So true, visible layers only. True, split images into tiles. That's what I do in those situations. Yeah. Let's have a look. So how bad is my code? The code's really good. I would say from an architectural point of view, I don't know if the person who uses this needs to worry about erasing the string. If you need to erase the string, then erase it. If the person who is using the code needs to erase the string, put in a separate function which is called erase string. That's one thing I would change. Another really picky thing that some people do, I don't tend to do, is they swap these round. Because if you were to forget one of the equal signs, you'd be setting is fatal equal to true there. Whereas if you get into the habit of saying true is equal to is fatal, if you accidentally forget one of these equal signs, it'll be a compile error and you'll catch it. When you're writing a lot of code really quickly, it can be easy to just put one equal sign there by accident. The bool operator overload, if condition. Yeah, you can do that as well. You don't specifically need to say that something is true. But I don't think there's any harm doing that. Lots of people do that as well. You could just say if file out. Because all if does is it tries to evaluate it to 0. It tries to evaluate this to 0. And if it can, it's false. And if it can't, it's true. Right, cool. Ah, yeah, here. I tend to do this personally. Explicit with pointers. Auto start instead of auto. Yeah. I tend to not really use pointers at all, if I can help it. But yeah, for sure, auto star. I don't think there are any pointers here though. Are you moving on? Have you learned anything about pointers yet, the bit wielder? Or are you just using values everywhere? Which is fine. This circumstance is totally fine. Yeah, cool. So when you start learning about pointers and references, this is being passed in by value, which is totally fine if you're using it like you are in your example, where you're doing a pentaglobal string and then you're passing in like something in parentheses. However, if you pass in an actual string object, so if you make a string object and then do a pentaglobal string and pass in that string object, it'll do a copy there, which is extra work that the computer doesn't need to do. But in your actual MD file, yeah. So say this was in parentheses, you'd be totally fine. If this array string was defined somewhere else, like standard string array string equals ABC, and then you did this, it would be a copy. But if you're not learning anything about pointers, that's totally fine, because that'll come later. What you can do is put a little ampersand there and a const there, and it won't do the copy. Normal values copy the value, while pointers just point to the memory of the original value. That's correct, yeah. So I would, like, this is nothing wrong with your original code, because if you don't know about pointers, it's fine. I'd do this. This all of a sudden becomes 8 bytes. Whereas if this was a copy of a standard string, so if this was how it originally was, you're looking at a 40 byte copy, because I think they're 40 bytes, aren't they? Plus a memory allocation, plus copying over your string. So you're calling malloc there, which is, it doesn't need to happen. If you just do that, it's just an 8 byte copy. So I do it all the time. Look here, got your const in your ampersand there. String view error message. String view is fine as well. It wouldn't get you any more performance gain this time, I don't think. But yeah, string view is another way to do it. String view is kind of like the standard template library's version of a pointer to a string as an object rather than a pointer. I think it's great though. Another thing I'd say is all this stuff here is quite slow. Adding strings together is seen as quite performance heavy. But like building string buffers and things is a whole other thing that you'll eventually learn. Like, you're better off kind of like you might have to forward declare these as well, maybe. No, I think it's fine. So what you're doing there is allocating a string and then allocating a string and then allocating a string. All those things are allocating strings. Where if you restructured it so you could add to the string without doing this, so you just added into the string, you could just do like add to string fatal, add to string error message, and you would skip having to do all these allocations. But this will work totally fine. It'll be totally fast enough. Yeah, it needs to basically like concatenate two strings together there into a new string, which will be this string. So it'll be fine. It's not doing a concatenation and then another copy. It will do it into there. And then this is a concatenation and this is a concatenation, so that's two. And it's not a problem. It's not like it's an error. It's just something to know. You know, one of the great things about C++ is you get to understand what's happening with all your memory. I think it's great for a high school level thing. Assuming it logically works and there's no bugs, which I assume there aren't any bugs. But from an actual style and structure, it's great. Apart from all the comments, I mean, you don't really need the comments. Comments are the names, you know. That's the debug string. That's the loop buffer. That's the log name. That's the error display errors. These are good names. You know, I would say pick one. Pick that one or that one, rather than having both. And then I would say if there's only one line of code after your if statement, put the brackets in or don't put the brackets in. Pick a, you know, get a style, get your own style. But it's nothing, not syntactically wrong. Oh yeah, don't talk to me about bugs, man. One thing throughout your entire coding career is that you'll never get rid of bugs. Never. Yeah, and things to do on the future is look into pointers and references. You know, try and write this in such a way that avoids unnecessary memory allocation, because one of the reasons why you're using C++ is because you can, if you want, avoid unnecessary memory allocation. That's one of the strengths of the language. You know, why are you doing this in C++ instead of JavaScript? Because you can control memory. So, you know, you should always be thinking about memory all the time whenever you're writing a program. what is my computer doing with memory? And if you don't know what standard string does with memory, you should Google it and find out, or watch a YouTube video or something, because that'll make you really good at the language. Yeah, still have to settle on the style. And the thing about style is you change it all the time too, man. You know, you go through phases where you like certain things and then you drop certain things. And snake. So my cases are names, like proper nouns, or like type names, is the Pascal case that you're talking about there, and then the variable names and identifiers, the camel case. And I don't tend to use the snake case, just style. Oh, didn't use private. Yeah. I don't use this, and I also try and avoid shadowing. Shadowing's where you rename variables and scopes inside inner scopes, which can be a problem. Shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, great. So if do you like games and stuff? C++ is great for that. Or any systems coding, operating systems. Yeah, bitwise. Let's have a look. So you can use bitwise operators for loads of different things. Common is flags, which is a bit C-like, not really C++-like, but it's sometimes handy to have them. So you imagine you've got U32, right, is 8 bits. Or maybe it's not, it's 32 bits. But say this was a U8. This one shifted 0 here means set 1 and then press left on the keyboard 0 times. If this was 1 shifted at 1, it'd be 1 and then press left on the keyboard once. That becomes your 1 and that becomes your 0. So the 1's shifted up to there. Shifted up 2, shifted up 3, shifted up 4. And the bitwise operators just allow you to get that back down to the bottom again so you can read it. Hey, how's it going? Prod by Jints, J Hints. I'll be doing all right. If you've got any questions, just ask. Yeah, so it's binary. It's when you want to work with the actual bits underneath all of the variables names that you've got. Let's try and do an example. Oh, hang on, I need to put that back to U32. PC location. MPC, let's get this compiling. Do it in here. Int x equals 64. Let's put it. Oh, it needs a cutscene. Game's not compiling at the moment. I can't show you an example. Maybe we can do it on the web. Cool. Let's put our example in. Shift left. Just enter a binary number. There you go. So that's exactly what you said. But it's up to you how you want to use them. People use them as flags. Flags meaning that they give certain numbers names, and then they can check if the name is inside the bits. So they might give like the third bit in 8 bits the name hello, and then you just check if the third bit is set, and then you know that hello is in there. That's one of the really common uses. Yeah, that's my camera. It's because I have it set to slightly transparent to get rid of the green screen I've got's not very good. So it makes me go white. I set it slightly transparent so it like blends out the green screen. Yeah, so if you did electronics, and you learn about AND gates and things, different types of gates, AND, OR, XOR, all those have the equivalent operator in the language. So you got AND, which is both have to be set, and then you've got OR, which means one line has to be set on your gate, you know, for it to be true. And then you've got XOR, which has to be one or the other but not both. And then you've got NOT, which reverses the signal. So if you put a 1 in it, the 0 pops out the end. So that's like electronics, and they've got all the same things in C++ as well. So you could build gates just like you could in electronics. Yeah, so Imvossi's made a good point there with the no decoration, no title bar. So no decoration might be set to like bit number 7, no title bar might be set to bit number 2, and then the logical OR operator means both of them together. So it's just, so like a Boolean, you can only have like true or false, it is or it isn't. But if you want a number to represent like, yeah, it's got this in it and this in it and this in it and this in it, you just set the bits and then you name the bits. Yeah, that is XOR, yeah. I think. I use it so rarely. Let's have a look. Maybe it's not. You can just write the word XOR. I think you can just write the word XOR. Hopefully the actual ID might be able to tell me that. Yeah, I can just write the word XOR. So I tend to write the word like and or and stuff. I think that is XOR for logical, for bitwise stuff. I'd give that a good grade. It's difficult to me to say because I don't know what the standard they're expecting. But I think that would be, you know, I'd delete the well, it depends if the school wants the comments. You have to ask your teacher if they want you to comment that much. Because, you know, I know that sometimes when you're learning, they like you to comment because it shows that you know what you're doing. It's a bit like showing you're working out or something when you're doing maths. Alright, yeah, well, I'd get rid of them comments and I'd just put a little summary at the top of each function saying what it does. That's what I would do. So I'd say, like, you know, this appends to the global string. It also increments the error count as well. And then you're looking at it, if you've exceeded your maximum error count. You could write a little note there saying, well, you know, this is what it does. I think that only works for C#, you know. The three might not. Oh no, it does work, yeah. Yeah, so you can do that if you're using Visual Studio. That's good. It used to be only C#. Yeah, cool. And like Imvossi says, if you put too many comments in, it becomes a task in itself, maintaining the comments. That tends to be why people don't comment. Like, I rarely comment on anything. I'll only put a comment if it's a particularly weird what I'm doing. Like, I'm experienced enough now to know that I'll be able to look back in this code in a few months' time and have no idea what it does. And if that's the case, I'll write a comment saying, don't forget about this. Ah, right, cool, yeah. So in your final project, do you get to make anything, or is it literally you could write about DirectX 12 or something? Yeah, nice one. Comments can be useful if you're learning and you're not comfortable with reading syntax. That's a good use for them. But you eventually get comfortable with reading the syntax, and then your comments don't really mean anything. Bitwielder, thanks for the follow. Awesome. You mean the gist of programming, yeah. I think, like programming is one of them things where if you get the bug, it's totally awesome. It's exactly like painting, writing a book or something like that. It's purely creative. And that, that's the best part about it. If you find yourself being creative with it, you should keep at it. List of things to do in a function. Yeah. That's a good use of them. So you could write say this wasn't implemented. I could write a list of things that I wanted to do. Another good way to do it is to go to where you're going to use this and pretend you've written the API. Pretend you've written it. How would you like to use this? And that's another good way to get a good, break your code up. I don't know if I can find. I tend to flag my comments as notes. Is it notes? Or note, maybe. No. At notes. Nope. At n. I don't know why it might be because there's a space there. Can't remember. It got deleted. Oh, there we go. It's not at. It's just note. It should be at. That's wrong. That. There we go. So my comments are like, this is where I got the algorithm from. So it's me looking back, this was last August and I was like, oh yeah, I got this algorithm from there. So if I ever want to go back, I can just click the link. And then this is me going like, why have I said do nothing? And then it's because arenas don't free individual allocations. And then sometimes I've written that there just to separate the code out. Because I've got all these draw calls and then the game specific ones. So it's kind of light use. And this is like a hack that I've done and why I've done it. Have I tried Rust? Make the switch to Rust. I'll only have a look at it. I'm not really... I suppose the language... As long as the language can do what I want it to do, I'll just stick with it. It's more like what I make with it that I'm interested in. If Rust came out and I could do a load of stuff in it that I couldn't do in C++ and it was really useful and going to help me make games and engines, I'd definitely give it a go. Like I use HLSL because you can't use C++ on graphics cards, so I use it. But if you could use C++ on graphics cards, I'd probably do that. I've looked at all these languages. I'm just not really... I'd have to stop doing this to go and do that, and I want to do this, if you know what I mean. Right, should we make this? Let's make this compile, and then I'm gonna have to go pick my kid up from school. So one of the problems is now I've changed the API. We don't even know what cutscene we're working on. Cutscene camera block. So does the cutscene editor have a cutscene in it? Ooh. Not really. I might wonder if we need two. Yeah, the language is massively different since C++ 17. Mine's changed a lot since then. I've slowly introduced all these, not all of them. If I found something interesting, I've introduced it into what I do. I think it's been one of the big problems with C++ as well, because it's put a lot of people off. It's become so big that it's put a lot of people off. This is really annoying, actually. I don't really know. I don't think there is even a cutscene associated with this. I can't remember how this works. This is quite old, this. Alright, we need to think of a different way to do this then. So all these have got to go. Enter on leave. Oh, jam. Oops. That one we want to, these two we want to remain the same, and that one, just the rest of them. So we're gonna have to do that a different way. Let's check this builds first. Does not. Okay, this needs to be different. Oops. NPC action on enter. So I think really so game get current cutscene. It's literally right there. Awesome. That's what I wanted. Location is not a member of cutscene. So this is cutscene. So we want cutscene, current state, location. It's private. Get current state. If auto cutscene state equals cutscene get current state current state location. All right, cool. So let's build this. And what were we even doing? Oh yeah, when the NPC leaves the room, he isn't appearing on the cutscene in the cutscenes. Let's just see then. I don't think that setting the NPC location will change the facing direction. I was wondering if we were going to set the NPC location, whether it would reset the facing direction, but I think it should be okay. Good idea, post library and make it open source. Yes, no problem with that. as long as you don't mind people looking at it. Thing is, if you put it on GitHub though, you have to pay to make it private anyway, so it has to be open. You'd have to check with your school policy as well. Some schools are a bit weird about publishing schoolwork. Especially universities, they can be a bit weird because they like deal in knowledge, don't they? That's their thing that they sell. So if you start publishing it, they'll be like, no, you can't do that. You know, anything that's not schoolwork is yours, isn't it? But anything that's schoolwork, the line's a bit blurry whether it's theirs or yours. Yeah, that's exactly what they're like. Yeah, they are. Or at least mine was. It's like, you really want to own this Milkman system that I built in Java for my final year project? That's a bit weird. So yes, we want it. Yeah, I went to uni. I went University of Leeds in the UK. The protected keyword. The bit weird. There's different philosophies on having people use your code. Like, a lot of people view code as a big collaborative thing, and you're adding stuff into the into the collaborative environment, which is good. Other people are quite protective. You need to find what you want. Like this engine's on GitHub, but I don't make it public just because I want to use it to make my games. And I don't want to start having to maintain an engine for other people. But a lot of engines are public because they want people to use them. It's just entirely depends. You know, I'd definitely put your code on GitHub so in a few years you can look back and see how much you've improved. I've lost all my code that I had at uni, or loads of it, because GitHub didn't exist. I wish I'd had it all on GitHub, you know, so I could go back. Like, I'm trying to, one of the reasons I'm streaming is because I can capture all the VODs and put them on YouTube and look back at what, like, this is very early development of the game. I've only been making it for 10 weeks. Imagine what it's going to be like in like 2 years. And then I'll be able to look back and be like, oh yeah, when the game was 10 weeks old, it looks like this. There we go. So he's back. So the bug was the cutscene would play and Jenny wouldn't be there because she'd caught the monorail and gone somewhere. Cool. The bit weird, the people might not buy the code, but they might buy the things you make with the code. You know. Yeah, I wish I had my first project I wrote. I can't even remember what it is, my first uni project. I know I remember I made a Milkman system where it was like, you know, given a list of locations, this system will define the milk round and it will tell you where you have to go and how many milk balls you have and all that stuff. But I don't have the code. Alright. NPC, there we go. So we've got to tackle that one. Awesome. I really like C#. I think it's a great language. I've used that on a lot of businessy. So in my old life, I wrote a lot of software, business software with C#. 7,000 lines of code in a single file. That was your project, was it? That's crazy. I have some big files, but I don't think I've got 7,000. I remember in one of my other projects, I have a big DirectX file. I can't remember even what it's called. D3D graphics. This is 9,321. This is an older engine. This engine's 5 years old. Oh, well, it's not 5 years old. I stopped working on it about 5 years ago. It's about 10 years old. Yeah. Absolute madness. Oh, that's good. That's really good. This is an old project. That's one of the biggest takeaways I had from uni, is it did teach me about classes. It did teach me the formal side of programming. Yeah, I live in the UK, which is not in the EU anymore. I remember at uni they didn't want me to publish anything. All right. So we got rid of a lot of bugs today. Oh wow, cool. MVAL, so is that like Windows Forms? Yeah, man, I've done Windows Forms. That's pretty old school. Nice one. All right, I'm gonna have to go because I need to go pick up my kid from school. She finishes school in 10 minutes. Bank holiday weekend here in the UK, so got 3 days off now. Nice chatting to you. Thanks for following. I stream Monday to Thursday usually. Take care. Yeah, you're doing. I mean, everyone's programming journey is unique. In the Bitwielder, I think your project's fine. You should get a good grade for that. Anyway, I stream Mondays to Thursdays. I might start streaming Tuesdays to Fridays. Maybe. But not yet. But yeah, anyway, nice to chat to you guys. See you later.